Looks like the second choice has got a new shipment of swill. Gave it a try. Needs to... Well, I maybe didn't run it by him. It was out of a big metal barrel.
I was under the impression that Free Market Station was open to all. Why am I being a...
Hope that wayward science type didn't disturb you much, friend. We of the station normally do our best to dissuade partisans from making nuisances of themselves. Suppose I can't stop you. Just don't let her convince you to do anything that might put you at odds with our security forces. All that aside.
From me and live to tell your fellows about my store. Hey, you smell gunpowder? Do you want to? Then buy one of my... Browse all you like. Everything I've got is fine-tuned to perfection. That's privileged information, friend. If you want it, you're going to have to kill me. Just jesting. Although if you did want to kill me, I've got many finely priced perforators tuned to do just that. Perhaps you'd be inclined to take a look at my wares? Feel free to go on a murderous rampage with what you buy. It's good publicity.
Buy from me, please? Listen, I trust you'll appreciate my forthrightness and be all the more willing to buy from me. As it would happen, I've been having some problems with my machines since I arrived on this planetoid. I'd be happy to show you.
Error. Road sales grandstanding not found. Welcome to our stall. We hope this is the first meal you... What may this unit rehydrate for you? All wares were...
Garment's here. Come ganderize. Auntie's choice. If you're in need of sprucing up the old wardrobe, I can provide. I got rags, fineries, and everything in between.
Stimulants, medic got a sale. If you've wounds that need stitching or teeth that depends. Can you pay? I've met some people who disagreed. Then they died. Is there something else I can offer? Medicaments. Doc, if you've wounds that need... Yes? Is this my... Suffice it to say, I'm pleased free markets... If you've a tooth pain, you know who to visit.
Get caught unawares all you like. My armor will... Look, tell me what you need. Can do. If you lost it, I'm selling it.
I'm beginning to reach the tail end of my patience. You will tell me the location of the broker.
Sorry about our friend here. No matter how slow I talk, what can I get you? Aside from irritating me, I've been making it my business not to know. He may stay so long as he doesn't cause real strife. If you were running lots of folk, if their identities somehow got out, those friends always. For example.
Sorry, but I'm getting into character at the moment. Can't afford the slightest distraction.
Stranger, seen my fix? Hope you're about to offer to rid me of this damn fool.
You cannot dissuade an arbiter from their sovereign-given duty, no matter how much of an irritant you may attempt to be. Hardly. I could handle myself against the locals quite easily. If by some miracle they managed to fell me, High Command would cease to overlook this settlement's existence. But I have no desire for unnecessary violence at this time. The Sovereign shall retake this settlement eventually, and meanwhile, it is useful for my aims.
Keep dreaming, bootlicker. You can preach honor all you like. It ain't gonna make me trust you any more than I already don't.
I came to meet with the information broker for, protectorate business, protectorate reasons. However, I find myself foiled. None within the protectorate would defy an arbiter and expect to live. Regrettably, I cannot make the locals see reason without
Even polite entreaties don't see most getting an invite to the broker. And you've been anything but. See, you may have thought you said have an audience, but what you actually said was let him assassinate.
Do I look like a sentinel to you? No, don't answer that. My point is that if I wanted to kill everyone here, we would not be having this obnoxious conversation.
No matter what this fella says, he's not going to convince me to trust him. He's a walking security risk.
You suggest a partnership? An arbiter working closely with a third party is unheard of. But I suppose if I've no choice...
Interesting thought. Occurs to me there might just be something that needs looking into. Within the Golden Ridge locale on Dorado, there's a refugee camp. It's unassuming, quiet-like. Most of the folks there just want to be left. They see to the few needs they have by working with the broker. But we ain't heard from them in a fortnight and change. Serves to reason something untoward may have transpired there. You see your way to looking into that, maybe we'll talk. That's between them and Sub Rosa. You in or you out? Great!
I don't claim to be pleased with the circumstances surrounding this co-investigation, but perhaps we may surprise one another. I'm Arbiter Tristan Rao. When I was an apprentice, yes, but not since. And certainly never. I shall meet you at the camp. Let us hope we both arrive there intact.
successfully in and around the Automech Repair Center. Surely this experiment will one day yield helpful results.
Next up,
As Eden of...
Why choose just any choice when you could choose Auntie's choice? Remember,
You know, I can't recall seeing any of these protectorate types ever run a
Told my manager, a man is not a slice of that.
I see a huge opportunity for us in Fairfield. There's zero competition and plenty to drive people to drink.
Unpaid leave, they said. Can't go to work. Reportedly still employed, so here I am.
How are the informant lines treating you? Hear anything good?
Not terribly. My only field-bound... Field-bound compatriot is stationed to hold... Real spots.
This place ain't half bad. I've been to seedier underbellies.
Troublemaker approach. Let me know when you need a distraction.
Rat tingling. All charged up.
Rival.
Greetings again. Libations or information? What's your point?
Back. If you seek entry to my wares, you must engage me your sports card collection, though you shall not prevail. Sporting! Let us do battle! That's an impressive number of cards, my friend, but not... Wait a moment. No, your cards! You have multiple that I do not! Your collection has defeated me! Though this defeat leaves the taste of dirt and blood in my mouth, I am not dishonorable. I present to you my other collected wares. I have no doubt they shall... I understand your impatience, but wait just a moment longer. Greetings again. You may have defeated me last time, but I shall rise from the ashes someday. In the meantime, you're welcomed. Behold!
realize we were landed so close to the action.
We got bases down there. If one of them got hit, then that strike will be the first of many. That must be Matriarch's Mercy. Sure think a lot of their royal family, don't they?
The planet can wait. Our lines will not. Good subjects arrive 15 minutes early to avoid missing their track.
Think they made the statue big enough?
This station must have really been something before the war made its home here. If things escalate, might never be something again.
Your patience is commendable, passenger. Please continue waiting quietly. Thank you for... Stay vigilant. Report any suspicious activity to your nearest station wardens. Your patience is commendable, passenger. Please continue waiting quietly until the next tram arrives.
Looks like folks holed up here after the fighting started. Guess not everybody was eager to take sides.
Day 206. Morale? Low. Condition? Feeble. Voucher mech. Watching. Always watching. Many have left for Matriarch's mercy, seeking refuge with the Order. The fools. Can't they see the Order is no different from the Protectorate? The Order won't...
Incessant muttering to oneself may disturb fellow passengers. Further conduct violations may warrant notification of the Sentinels.
Try it, you doddering rattletrap! Such threats compel me no longer. I now answer to no one. I've seen through the lies of both sides. In time, everyone will.
Unwarranted optimism may be a sign of a more serious imbalance. Please see a curativist before boarding.
That's your bent on exploring? Best we hoof it over to Matriarch's mercy with that Abbott Bassar mentioned.
Got company, Commander. Transit time.
Take the charge! Troublemaker approaching!
Looks like a fight.
Ready to take the heat off you, Commander. Just say when.
Back in business. Me up for you.
Let me know when you need a distraction.
Yeah.
Enough of your dilly-dally! What you mean?
handle this.
Combat! Over here! Free hole in the head!
To the rescue! Sight unseen! Happy to help!
Error. Navigation systems offline. Unable to locate designated path. Greetings. This unit is unable to fulfill its programming. Are you able to assist this unit in its assigned duties? This unit is unable to execute its programming due to tampering. Navigational and other systems have been compromised. This unit is now being used as a target, which is not among its designated functions. This unit must return to Matriarch's Mercy to dispense medical care in order to fulfill its programming. Searching for last known location of charging pad. Success! 1 entry found. Processing optimal path toward Matriarch's Mercy. Return sequence will be initiated once path is determined. This unit assures you that a job well done is its own reward. And thank you.
So you did come. Good. I'm not partial to working with those given to second thoughts. It seems we arrive on a desolate scene. I don't know what transpired, but whatever it was killed the refugees to a person. As an arbiter, I bear a strong stomach. But if you've any reservations about witnessing destruction visited upon the innocent, you'd best steel yourself. How dare you? An Arbiter does not visit wanton destruction upon civilians, and had I judged these refugees, I would have told the bartender plainly. I've some theories on the refugees' killers, but I remain... So you did? It seems, as an Arbiter, I bear a strong stomach. I've some theories on the refugees' killers, but I remain unsatisfied. Although I am not required to do so as an Arbiter, I would care to acquire proof. We operate under the Sovereign's indefatigable will. Thus, we do not need proof. But my training was somewhat unique in that it emphasized the value of thorough investigation. Let us comb the remnants of this charnel house. Is that? Yes, that's an incisor, all right.
Yeah.
What's this? Without the Sovereign's guidance. Simply hadn't deviated from the paradigm. I cannot help but feel a pang for these people, cut down without a hope of defense. We must uncover what transpired here. Let's hear it. Seems this base has seen its share of destruction. I maintain that it feels deliberate, judging by the still standing buildings. Was there anything remarkable about it? Good observation. Suffice it to say, the Protectorate would not take kindly to such a theft. Did you have anything else? Perhaps it might allow us to ascertain the final moments of the camp's machines. See if any final commands were sent before the camp's destruction. The distinct lack of automechanical corpses around us supports your point. It seems the defenders did not defend. The fact that this camp isn't a bullet-strewn ruin suggests it was wiped out by something precise, or at least not as destructive as traditional weapons of war. Did you learn anything by examining the body? Death by shotgun, as the wounds appear to me, are often painful, drawn out. Myriad dead refugees, killed in a particular way, but only a single destroyed automech. I'm beginning to make a connection. Did you notice anything interesting about it? Then it was fighting blind. Doesn't seem like something a defensive automech should be doing. Oh? I wouldn't expect a localized transmitter to harbor anything of note. Prove me wrong. Maybe holds the gravitational weight of your supposition and does so without basis. Pointless postulation wastes time and effort. You're certain you've combed the place to your liking? Very well. Salutations. Has your search uncovered anything of remark? You're certain? You've combed the... Then let us debrief and see if we can deduce what transpired here. Have you any theories as to what killed these people? I have a strong theory, but there are gaps. I'd like to hear your own analysis, and we may compare where our ideas converge. Although I'm no ballistics expert, the death wounds on the corpses appear to match those inflicted by an automech. Have any theories about the automechs that did this? Yes, but remember, these automechanicals were capable of killing dozens of people. Automechs so heavily armed would need to operate from a charging base relatively close by. The assailant likely believed killing the refugees manually was beneath them, choosing to compromise the camp's automechanicals instead. How do you think this was done? I may have a strong theory, but I do not have a definitive answer. Indulge me. How do you think the mechanicals were corrupted? It's too convenient. I submit that the refugees predominantly used the local shortwave tower to control their automechs. The saboteur commandeered it and sent out an override. The only remaining puzzle piece is why. Why go through all this trouble to eliminate a handful of isolated refugees? Yes, that relay tower in the rear of the camp was clearly not built by the refugees, but stolen from the Protectorate, which likely means that they were Protectorate as well. The refugees must have used it to listen in on Protectorate communications, then sold what they learned to Sub Rosa. After the Vox Relay's recent destruction, High Command would have ordered a security sweep of all communication systems. This outpost's relay would have returned a signal. Upon learning of this camp's existence, they'd have dispatched a sentinel to cross off any would-be traitors. Hence the destruction we bear witness to. I do pride myself on my thoroughness indeed, though not all arbiters feel the need to be equally thorough. Now with that finished, hold. Some things approach. Be ready. I suspect someone has disapproved of our inquiry. Seems the machines returned, bent on eliminating any stragglers. Stragglers, to arms!
too, but I'm not ready.
That was a hardy engagement. You held your own admirably. These automechs will never be used to perpetrate such heinous acts again. I believe we're at the end of our investigation. The prospect of sharing our findings with the broker isn't terribly appealing, but we've little choice. I will locate my wretched Sub Rosa transport and return to Free Market Station. Pleasure fighting beside you. Be sure you return to Free Market Station to debrief with me. Despite our work here, I somehow doubt the broker would grant an audience to me alone.
Greetings again. Hope that little day excursion you and I jawed about is going well. Libations or information? What's your poison?
The encampment had been raised. I'm sorry to say there were no survivors, but I believe we were able to uncover what transpired. I should add, your observations during the investigation were unexpectedly keen. Working beside you was a pleasure.
I'm surprised. Didn't know if you had it in you, especially with an Arbiter in tow. But you got what was needed. Not bad at all. I'd be happy to direct you to the broker. First, though, we've got a small issue. There's a malfunctioning lamp in the basement I need someone to take a look at. Here's a keycard to get you down there. You mind? Just trust me and go give it a look.
Yeah, how about this? I recruited a Protectorate subject direct link from Bastion, middle of a Protectorate holding.
Think I'll congratulate you for risking your hide to recruit one subject? Forgive me for withholding my applause.
You're jealous of my charms.
Yeah, real jealous. So are the half-dozen AC-ad execs I recruited last week. We're all just vomitous with envy.
Anyone had asked me, I had to put the odds of a live arbiter finding his way into my chambers at 1 in a few trillion. Good that you didn't come here for blood, Arbiter Rao. Barney would have sniffed it out and broken you in twain. And I do disdain mopping up Protectorate corpses. My apologies. Barney is sometimes overzealous in the guarding of my body, though when it comes to Protectorate arbiters, it is perhaps warranted.
If you know who I am, you must know why I'm here. My mentor died under vague circumstances, and I desire any information pertaining to the specifics of her death.
Interesting. That question appears to be at odds with High Command's public statement on the matter. Losing faith in your masters?
No. But I cannot shake the sensation that something was awry with her passing. If you know something, tell me. Please.
I could get used to this kind of groveling. Your instincts are right, Arbiter. Though we don't know the specifics, I received information that your mentor's body bore signs of a fight, and a nasty one. Someone killed her.
I shall in time, when fewer prying ears abound.
If that's all, I think you'd best get along. I prefer not to sully my quarters with Protectorate lackeys. Live ones, anyhow.
And I prefer to limit my time with scheming blackguards. Let us take our leave from present company. Speak to me outside if you would. There's something I'd care to ask you. of the Arbiter typically does not require the assistance of others. We are expected to act as wholly independent entities. But I fully realize that had I not your aid today, my investigation's progress would have stalled and withered. During our investigation, I gauged your trustworthiness and did not find it wanting. What say we travel together? I think you have earned forthrightness. I came to Free Market Station to seek the true killer of my mentor, the Supreme Arbiter. Sub Rosa deals in information, and were thusly my best lead on her killer. They gave me less than I'd hoped, but it was at least a start. Unfortunately, I cannot act truly alone. I have no ship, and no support. My colleagues have accepted that her death was a natural one. Questioning an explanation of that nature is foolish, dangerous even. Nonetheless, the circumstances of her death trouble me. I cannot allow myself to accept the explanation that's been put forth without investigating to the fullest of my abilities. I do not know your allegiance, and accordingly shall not speculate. Suffice it to say, for now, that I fear the true killer is within the Protectorate. Utilizing one of our craft for independent purposes would have rendered me conspicuous. I knew Sub Rosa would offer steady transport as long as I paid their exorbitant fees, just as I knew they would collect information on my every movement. But I neither trust them nor have the funds to continue this relationship for much longer. You, on the other hand, have proven to be a capable partner. I hold my word in highest regard. Were I to pledge allegiance to you, the pact would be nigh unbreakable, barring some extreme action on your part. I will keep to my convictions in any case, but I understand. What instructions would you have me follow? I should have considered this eventuality. I will listen to your words, and I shall follow your orders. I will not assail enemies of the Protectorate without your consent, though I will not like it. But if my sense of duty outpaces my willingness to comply with an order, or if you attack my brethren unprovoked, our relationship will come to an abrupt end. Excellent. I hope our working relationship is most fruitful. I'm sure we shall discover much together.
Fine. But if this uptight tin can swings that hammer anywhere near me, there's gonna be trouble.
All right, but don't come to me with tears if your new friend decides to judge you the moment I've gone.
Let us be off, Commander.
Tired of firearms that explode in your face?
If you lost it, I feel tell me what you need. Can. Get caught unawares all you like. My armor will keep you safe.
Help us, anybody, please!
Finally! Some help! We desperately need aid. Desperately! My family and I, we was making our way to the Mercy camp for us refugees. We were set upon. My wife, my son were injured. Can't move them by myself. I had to leave them just past this tunnel so as I could go for help. But being alone is even more riskier. The Varachnids, I chased them off, but they'll be back. Please help us. Ain't nothing I can do for them, but you got weapon and medicines and can get us to the camp. Please. Thank you. Thank you.
Who there? I'm their green attack! Ready to take the heat off you, Commander. Just say when. Raring to go. You court slow, Commander.
Another refugee? All right, step forward. Just a moment. Allowing anyone into Matriarch's Mercy unprocessed will upset the precarious ratio of refugees to aid. We should have an opportunity for placement in approximately 7.85 days, presuming no unforeseen alterations. That a fact? Well, I was going to give you a friendly warning. But since you don't have the time, I'll leave you to wonder. So be it. Welcome to Matriarch's Mercy.
Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return to how it was?
I remember this place before the war. Functioning trimiculars. Peaceful silence in the canyons.
I can't recall the last time this region was silent.
If we factor for random elements offsetting certain, and then we solve for the... apologies. Just catching up on a research assignment between queries. Yes? Did you need something? Typically, no. And it has been somewhat challenging focusing my concentration. The abbot felt a scientician operating in a conspicuous spot in the thoroughfare might be useful. An illustrative way for our to show how the crabble patties are made, as it were. That is, if the meat preparation involved a 90-step rate formula and a conflux of polynomial equations. I am also on hand to answer queries by providing data supporting our actions. Though perhaps due to my central location, 89.74% of the time, I am simply asked for directions. I am sure they bear any inconveniences with grace and dignity. I mean, the statistical, according to data, life inside shows a notable uptick in key life outside sees increased risk of starvation, inclement weather, and hostile xenofauna. By quite a healthy statistical margin, yes. We have diverted internal, but if my data remains then backed. Thus, if we compare the rates
My soup is nutritionally calculated to sustain all bodily functions, but it could use a little salt.
I haven't seen this many folks crammed together since Recall Libations Night at the Thruster. Smells about the same, too.
I'm not in the prediction business.
Oh, try not to get too close. My sinuses are stuffed up, my ears are backed up, and my guts, I could burst at any moment. Every fluid from every orifice. So keep your distance. Don't want it, don't need. I've gotten sick at least a dozen times since why, last week alone, I caught hack lung. Figured I might as well get used to being sick. So, I'm practicing for my next disease. I think it's down. Sickness, malnutrition, you too.
Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return to how it was?
I wish. Between the invaders and the order defecting, there's no putting this brat back into the camp.
Yeah.
Broke my nose last scrap. I banged him up real good.
The void you did. Barely connected. You're thinking of 2-3 scraps ago. You've been mostly unconscious a while now.
You used at least 2 words I ain't sure I know.
You ought to talk to...
Doesn't like to look.
Anyhow, head down the hill along the fence. Tell her Mapother and...
What happened to this place? Law. Where do we go now? Another refugee camp? Another colony?
We're not going anywhere. Not on the basis of some half-baked prediction. This so-called exclusion zone is where we stake our claim.
Just
stand with
cheer
me
you up.
in defense of freedom.
you believe Arcadia shall ever return to how it was?
By calculating the position of every atom in the universe. Apologies, outsider. As a vicar, I am usually tasked with guiding non-order lay people. Lately, the abbot has tasked me with the education. You are, of course, free to stay to be enlightened by my lecture, but I don't need an abacus to predict your path lies elsewhere. Well, if it's in the displaced's best interests, I imagine I can find a moment. Yes, I reckon I do have my ear to the... Suppose I, more than any other member of the Order here, connect with non-scienticians. I've begun daily lectures, including practical advice on efficiently plant. I frequently launch into extended orations on everyone's favorite topic, math. Oh dear, I got ahead of my... As I'm sure you've read in recent dissertations doing the rounds, education... I am single-handedly making a difference here. With constructive pointers on efficient scheduling, lessons on order, perhaps some other...
Where do we go now? Another refugee camp? Another
I have too much on my mind for idle...
Except for the fact that you ain't yelling and trying to eat me. I'd have pegged you as some sort of prosperous scrapper by the rough look you got about you. You do got a certain feral look in your eye, though. Okay. I give up. Tell me. Cheers to that, friend. When war looms its ugly head, adaptation is key. May Huffstutler, formerly Auntie's Choice, Department of Invasive Marketing. Now, the voice of the displaced. That's what those in the Order call me, leastways. An unofficial sobriquet, likely meant as a petulant slight. On account I object. Louder. More often than the rest. Those of us ended up here have very little except needs. I turn those into demands for reasons of clarity and import. I was once considered quite the up-and-comer in the Department of Invasive Marketing. Looked down on all the bottom rungers and have-nots. Then I came here and became one. Happy as I am to make your acquaintance, I'm busy staking our claim.
Have you viewed any? Speak freely. Certainly. I consider myself quite well. Was there more in this vein you wish to discuss? She taught me all that I know. Her teaching style was stern, but enlightened. Though she did not raise me, her death weighs leaden on my shoulders. Why? He is of the matriarch's direct lineage. Only he possesses the understanding to lead us all. Someone not matriarch. May his leadership of Arcadia last for many years. If I had one wish, it would be that he leaned less upon the consul's guidance. The sovereign alone, in every respect, save being humans, and perhaps even that is arguable, were arbiters. I find them wholly unnecessary. Straightforward. I was only those rated most. Moreover, she taught her protégés to seek out evidence before judging as they saw fit, despite the fact that an arbiter needs nothing of the sort to declare something a crime. As the Protectorate's most elite, at least, I believe that's why. Would that I could still ask her. Alas. Sneer all you like, but our society, an arbiter in any other society, I could see such a scenario resulting in anarchy. But the Protectorate is matriarch ordained. Our devotion is ironclad. Why would they? Anything beyond the norm is unnecessary at best, and ask, and I shall
Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return to how it was?
Apologies. Lately, you are, of course, free to stay to be enlightened by my well, if it's in the displaced's best interest. Yes. I frequently launch into extended as I am single-handedly making a difference here. With constructive pointers on perhaps.
Where do we go now? Another refugee camp? Another...
Except for the fact that you do got a certain feral look in your eye, though. Okay. I give up. Tell me. May Huffstutler, formerly Auntie's Choice, Department of Invasive Marketing. Now, the voice of the displaced. That's what those in the Order call me, leastways. An unofficial sobriquet, likely meant as a on account I object. Louder. More often than the rest. Those of us ended up here have very little except needs. I turned those into demands for reasons of some are former Auntie's Choice like me. Some were abandoned by the Protectorate. All of us have been displaced by conflict somehow, directly or happy as I am to make your acquaintance. I'm busy staking our claim over the exclusion zone, so if you'll excuse me. The exclusion zone. The Order has decided to keep us out thanks to some nebulous prediction of screw their predictions. We have people displaced by war and disaster in sore need of space. There's plenty of room to house them. Chance of life-threatening peril from a yet-to-be-determined catastrophe were not what I would call... I honestly don't give the slightest whit about the Order's idea of math or whatever calculation tells them that a catastrophe may or may not occur. I couldn't get anywhere with Administrant Agarwal, but maybe you'll have better luck. Even the Order, for all of their logical ways, value an outside perspective. And because I've run out of options. Thanks, stranger. Maybe fate's on our side for a change. You can find Agarwal in the lift bill.
A visitor. Without notice. Hello. You weren't mentioned in my latest personalized order prediction. Granted, I mostly skim the parts what don't cover probabilistic dangers, so perhaps you were alluded to in some... Suppose that means you're not a threat. So that's good, right? Yeah, I reckon that's good. I'll say, I try not to make any big plans until I consult my latest POP. First time I got a POP, it was on a lark. It said, Rollo Nast, our seer has, just after lunch, wind picked up on the cliff above and dropped a mock apple 152 meters straight down onto my head. Fortunately, if you want an exact estimate or percentage, talk to them. A few times, I couldn't make heads or tail of half of it. Like, avoid anything representing whole numbers. I didn't know what to do about it. End of the day, I'm still here, and my co-occupant Ike isn't. So, I guess them prognostications work well enough. You did catch the part I said they'd save my life, right? I think a lie? I don't know why the other... Anybody needs me, I'll be right here patiently awaiting my latest personalized order prediction.
What happened to this place? Law. Matriarch's mercy is no safer than the trenches.
Look. I predicted the worst.
1,068.5 pardons, but my attention is presently 99.81% occupied, coordinating provisions and supplies for the well, if the archivist said so, I suppose I can factor out. As the assigned provisioner, I am responsible for coordinating the requisition and distribution of The overwhelming majority of my time is dedicated to this. You may not have noticed, but the refugees do not want for food or medicine. With the great disruption that has occurred to their lives, one can hardly blame them. That they are fed and remain healthy is sufficient for me. The order, if I can help others in need today, I appreciate. My time is yours. You may.
Hold still and accept.
By the law. It's you. Oh, thank the architect you're finally here. I've scarcely breathed while hoping you'd come. I am in desperate need of your help. True, but the Order's predictions know you better than you know yourself. Recently, I had a rare opportunity to ask the Seer for guidance. He told me that a dashing outsider would answer my prayers. I feared the prediction was a fluke, but here you are, a dashing outsider standing before me. Strictly speaking, it isn't. Not yet. But the math is very, very, very good at predicting what is probably most likely extremely possible. Anyway, that is the Seer's business. My business is the health and welfare of this camp. As a doctor, I'm appalled. We don't have enough beds, or, of course, the Order keeps us well supplied. Yes, I can treat sickness as it arises. It would be leagues better to prevent it entirely. That means space to spread out. Since you asked, you can run this medicine to Horst Landing. Just don't shake the man's hand. He has a habit of coughing into his palm when he covers it at all. You see, the Seers are members of the Order who labor over the universal equation. Recently, I had a rare opportunity to ask the Seer for guidance. I feared the prediction was a fluke, but here you are, a dashing outside. Where to begin? There are so many sick and wounded in Matriarch's mercy, and I have but two imperfect hands. I am but a humble general practitioner. What I really need are specialists, and the Seer predicted an outsider would find them.
I'd have time to patch up one or two patients before we head out. I used to be a combat medic. A good one, too.
You also strike me as someone on the go. I need committed medical employees, not a freelancer. The Seer gave me a datapad with explicit instructions that I not read it. For my intervention could only throw probability. Now, take the datapad, with my thanks. Thanks to you,
Our automechanical doctor has been dispensing medication and setting broken limbs with tireless efficiency. Take this. On behalf of the Order and the displaced, I thank you. Now, will there be anything else? How can I be of service? Since you aren't a refugee...
You're right. The universe does not orient itself toward fairness. But it's my firm belief humanity can do better.
All evidence to the contrary.
Ah, I pleasantly anticipated this exact moment. I suppose that, well then, I read that you'd have questions about our predictive methods, correct? We utilize a mix of, none of us, the Department of Predictive Analysis provide weekly prognostics reports and personalized order predictions to help steer the department after year. Of course, predictions have grown more difficult with the loss of the archive. Unforeseen factor, but as we close in on solving the universal equation, Matriarch, why I, for instance, have availed my predictive methods to I share the engagement is admittedly rather low, but at least one member of the camp reports he has benefited from them greatly. I believe my services will be increasingly sought after the more of the displaced learn of one of our recent if my own humble assertions are not enough, I trust his attestations would convince you, and perhaps other members of the displaced as well. True, regrettably, this is Matriarch's mercy. I foresee
Recent conflicts between the Protectorate and his choice and ourselves
Want to take me on a co-tangent?
Oh, hello. Cogitate here often?
Ah, you must be the, Earth Directorate agent I was told to expect. Your punctuality is commendable. Allow me to welcome you to Golden Reach. I'm afraid I've no refreshments available, but can I interest you in a customary debate over decidability? Sensible. Straight to business, then. The presiding bishop sent word of your imminent arrival. However, pursuant to our normal standards of compartmentalization, she was scant on the details of your mission. That said, I've been instructed to assist you however I can. So, tell me, what brings you to Golden Reach?
And leave Abbot Newell to be subjected to the inanity of a total stranger? Absolutely not.
Don't trouble yourself about Seer Wiley. He's here as my aide. I trust him implicitly. Now, you were saying? Victor? Oh, yes, Archivist Clemens. Quite the mind. Such encyclopedic knowledge of engineering. One could almost mistake him for an exemplar. Is he in some kind of trouble? Such a statement implies the opposite is also true.
Victor Clemens, some kind of radical. What an absurd notion.
I must agree with my seer. I once watched Victor shed copious tears over a damaged datapad. It's difficult to imagine him capable of worse. And that may well be true. But our standard of proof within the Order is not normally met by hearsay alone. Victor's currently supervising highly experimental research at one of our labs to the northwest, the N-Ray range, beyond the invaders' front lines. Unfortunately, you'll need to go through the decommissioned autonomous extractorium to reach it. That path is less than safe, so I advise caution.
What business is it of yours?
Let's not be unfriendly. The agent's only curious. Obviously, Victor's work has something to do with N-rays, but beyond that, I haven't a clue. More of that pesky compartmentalization, I'm afraid. Besides the highly caustic Serenium River and the Mantisaurs, we've also received reports of mad cultists in the area. It does make me wonder why Victor decided to stay. Victor is dedicated. Single-minded, one could say. I've always thought highly of his analytical skills as a researcher. Less so his social ones, perhaps. Loath as I am to admit it, as my predecessor would remind me, denying unpleasant facts is not good science. I would be remiss if I failed to support an investigation. No doubt you heard of the recent attack launched on that Auntie's Choice base, Outpost Opportunity. It came from one of our facilities, the Zeranium Manufactory. But that facility is intended for research, not military action. I hate thinking an Order member responsible, but given the precision of the attack, it does suggest traitors in our midst. It would undoubtedly benefit both of us to root them out.
Respectfully, Scholar, given current tensions, should we really be trusting such a delicate task to this stranger? Would an internal review of our ranks not be more appropriate? Choosing levity at a moment like this is only further evidence of your lack of good.
I don't dispute the need for discretion, my friend, but the presiding bishop made the determination to send the agent to us. It's best we trust her calculate. Moreover, our situation is growing increasingly dire. I can't overstate my fears concerning this most recent attack ending the ceasefire and reigniting the war in Golden Ridge. One more thing. Your investigation into the traitors takes precedence, but if you could also render aid at Outpost Opportunity on our behalf, such a gesture might preserve the peace.
And here I was under the impression that investigating crime and injustice was primarily what Earth Directorate agents do.
He's got us there, Commander.
At any rate, I trust whatever's uncovered over the course of this investigation will serve as compensation enough. Most assuredly not. It would eliminate the entire point of the ceasefire. Please convey that fact to whomever you speak with. I knew I could rely upon you. Ruth wouldn't have sent you otherwise. Here, take this writ of investigative inquiry. It'll grant you access to the manufactory. Seer Wiley and I will conduct our own inquest into these traitors you've mentioned erstwhile. We can compare notes once you've returned with your findings. Illuminating the path to true erudition, Rift worshippers spouting inane theories. They began showing up prior to the invasion. The first sign of dysfunction in the Protectorate always starts small, doesn't it? That is a statue of the matriarch, Alexandra Varick, Arcadia's founder and for whom the monastery was named. Regrettably, Alexandra Monastery is closed to non-order members at the moment, given recent troubles. But perhaps Seer Wiley can give us an estimation of its reopening.
Oh, certainly. According to my...
Oh, good news indeed. Oh, you really must visit. The observatory...
A calling for those with a greater than average talent for mathematics and computation, particularly in the field of predictive analysis. Yes.
Seer Wiley is being too modest about his contributions. Many in the Order rely on Seers for their indispensable counsel. I myself would be lost without mine.
Oh yeah? Is now a good time to talk about my salary?
No, it's not like that at all. Our bond is an equitable partnership built upon a foundation of mutual respect. In fact,
I won't trouble our good aid.
I dread the day your immeasurable talent finally without what? Why, Matriarch's mercy would not be the refuge? Both, I should hope. We've been collaborating. Ah, you must be. Allow me to welcome you to Golden Ridge. Sensible. Straight to business. The presiding bishop. That said, I've been instructed to assist you however I can. So, tell me, what brings you to Golden Ridge? Since losing access to the archive, the Order has been forced to limit its open exchange of ideas and information to avoid contaminating what few predictions we can still make.
We don't use that word, prophecy.
The archive is a vast network of computational machines built beneath the ice of Cloister. But listen to me prattling on. I'm sure you aren't here for a history lesson. DeVries. Now, why does that name ring familiar? Landon, do you recall a DeVries?
I don't generally concern myself with passers through. If this DeVries was not a member of the Order, then it's unlikely we ever exchanged maths.
You've just described Archivist Victor Clemens on a good day.
What does an Earth Directorate agent want with Archivist Clemens? Victor Clemens, some kind of radical.
I must agree with my seer. I once watched Victor shed copious tears over a damaged datapad. It's difficult to imagine him capable of worse. And that may well be true. But our Victor's currently... Unfortunately, you'll need to go through the decommissioned autonomous extractorium to reach it. Besides the highly caustic Serenium River and the Mantisaurs, we've also received reports of mad cultists in the area. It does make me wonder why Victor decided Rift worshippers spouting in loath as my predecessor would remind me, denying unpleasant facts is not good science. I would be remiss if I failed to support an investigation. No doubt you heard of the
Respectfully, Scholar, given current tensions, should we really be trusting such a delicate task to this stranger? Earth Directorate agent is just a title. I'd seek to know who you are beyond that bit of headline.
I don't dispute the need for discretion, my friend. But the presiding bishop made the determination to send the Moreover, one more thing. Your investigation into the traitors takes precedence. But if you could also render aid at Outpost Opportunity on our behalf, such a gesture might preserve the peace. Most assuredly not. It would eliminate the entire point of the ceasefire. Well, please convey that fact to whomever you speak with. I knew... Here, take this writ of investigative inquiry. Seer Wiley and I will conduct our own inquest into these traitors illuminating the path to true area Rift worshippers spouting inane theories. They began
a calling for those with a greater than average talent for mathematics.
Seer Wiley is being too modest about his contributions. Both, I should hope. We've been collaborating for many years. Oh, indeed. Why, Matriarch's mercy would not be the refuge it is without his predictions shepherding its development. Regret. Oh, haha, good news indeed.
You beheld that new rifle up at the monastery? The Oracle?
The one Wiley designed, right? Uses a tracking algorithm.
Help the folk get opportunity, Commander.
What is it? I have 15 seconds of allotted time for non-specific discourse. Oh, don't tell me. You're here on behalf of the voice of the displaced, aren't you? Oh, May, is it? You're on a first-name basis. This is about the exclusion zone, correct? Or that it only that simple, but she ignores essential variables of the equation. You see, the seer predicted that a calamity would befall the exclusion zone, warning that the barrier must not be crossed. But the ever-disruptive voice of the displaced is dead set on occupying the exclusion zone anyway, laughing in the face of certain peril. We don't know, and therein lies the seer has augured death for anyone who enters the exclusion zone. Furthermore, and I quote, an outside mediator, having earned the confidence of both sides, has a high likelihood of clearing up an ongoing dispute. And now the voice has involved you. How auspicious. Perhaps you are the outside mediator who was foretold. I believe only in the cold, inconvenient mathematics of the cosmos. The first step is to familiarize yourself with every angle of the dispute. The displaced want the exclusion zone. We want it kept off limits. We can't both be right. With your seasoned perspective, any questions before you get started? I can tell you she's a rabble-rouser of the highest order. Still, she cleaves to her principles. You can find her outside, but you already knew that. According to predictions, yes. Or at least, novice seer vicarage should have ample time to many people around.
What happened to this place? Law.
I suppose I can give you the time of day. Vexing. Not to insult our gracious...
Where do we go now? What happened to this place?
Welcome. Have you come to bask in the Order's knowledge?
Sorry. I'll try not to sneeze on you, but no. Law, finally. Real relief for my fake symptoms. Let's see it then. If it's all the same, you have my gratitude, stranger.
Can't say I'm fond of these logic.
Wait. Don't tell me.
Look, I'm not with Auntie anymore. We all have reasons to.
Really?
My noggin sure is sore. Ow!
You're alive.
What caused the schism between the Protectorate and the Order?
Scienticians around the settlement inform me you've made some inquiries. Have you spoken to all representatives of the Order? All of the displaced? The Doctor? The questionable types from Sub Rosa? Investigated the contain... Well then, if you need me in the meantime, I'll be here, up to my ocular organs. Good. As with probability, there is an art to mediation. Besides, to put it gently, but with effort,
Where do we go now? Another refugee camp? Another colony?
I predict with an 8.23.
Word to wise? Don't accept anything here that's given for free. You'll pay, one way or another.
Do me a kindness and mosey on.
You got business? No? Move on.
You the fixer-lyncher aide to Agent Galloway? Don't suppose you got that crawling hibiscus she promised to sneak me, huh? Forget it. You can come in. Hello, hello. You're the one that aided us in availing Sub Rosa of a rather large shipment of Spectrum vodka, yes? Agent Galloway is slightly less trustful than most feral canids, so winning her over speaks volumes of your character. Consequently, I'm pleased to present you purchase access to my fine wares. It's fortunate you're no stranger to contraband. Feast thine... You haven't seen... What fine contraband might I supply you with this day? We stand that we'd like to make a good ton of bits on the war, and maybe expand our reach in the process. Beyond that, I'm not supposed to comment. But Sub Rosa consists primarily of ex-Anti's Choice and ex-Protectorate personnel. We've still got folks we care about out there. Complicates some of our feelings on the fighting. But if the fighting stops, our income begins to go dry. It's superb cover and a consistent market. Refugees are in need of all sorts of supplies that the Order cannot provide, and Sub Rosa delivers, at only a reasonable markup. Myself, I enjoy the thrills of the environ. Will the Order attempt to drive me out? Why, I thank you. Takes a unique sort to...
Greetings. What can I help you with? Let me guess. One of your co-occupants is always hanging up his or her britches in your corner of the yurt. Or you're dealing with more of a stay off my palate or that's my air you're breathing sort of thing. Hmm? Pray elucidate the exact nature of your tiff of contention. Oh, really? Like they strung a few words together in a row and it all made sense? That's a marked improvement on earlier. Guessing they left out a bunch, though. Here, in Matriarch's Mercy, if you're not a member of the Order, you're probably living close to somebody else. And sort of thing tends to cause friction between neighbors. Would lead to fights, but nobody here wants trouble with the Order. So they hire our hooligans to it's the Order, so they don't kick you out or nothing. It's all community. If you're former Auntie's Choice, it smacks kind of like work for free. If you're former Protectorate and it don't involve automechs, it's all we say whoever wins the fight wins the argument. Now, how can I help you exactly? Ugh, a tourist. Well, clear out then, huh? Can't have you scaring off real customers. Don't make me call Mapother and Mudge over. They don't like no fighting for free.
Look, my noggin sure is sore, hand in hand.
What happened to this place? Law.
My time is yours. Farewell.
My weekly prognostic report.
Are you going to be a
hinted at
problem?
our past
Because
or
I
pending
have a
interaction.
solution that requires very little computation.
Don't bother conversating unless you're prepared to cite your sources.
Welcome. Anything I can do to assist you? Oh, of course. What would you like to discuss? Apart from providing them sustenance, shelter, and scientific ministry, you mean? Need I remind you, Arcadia is at war. This is what war looks like, I'm afraid. The Order is operating within a very reasonable framework to provide as much aid as it can. Alexandra Monastery is a place of sacred study, advancing our understanding of the plan. We cannot jeopardize that vital work all for the comfort of a few. I haven't the wish to debate you on this any further. Please, let us move on to less controversial topics. Yes, what have you discovered?
My knowledge is sore.
Cause trouble, and I will school you chapter and verse.
I missed. How do you do, stranger? Always nice to see a friendly. Oh, it's a pity I can't lend more aid to our downtrodden collective. I'm just a humble taxidermist. What? And you think that's me? Listen, friend, a little skill with needle and thread does not make me a qualified medical professional.
Look, this place ain't exactly crawling with experts, and Doc needs all the help he can get. Even if all you do is suture wounds, your services will be invaluable.
Have it your way, then. I know when I'm being voluntold. But you better make it worth my while. Before I agree to anything, I need sprat corpses. Several. And no victims of violence, please. My art depends on the quality of the sleeve. I used to source all of my sprats from a local trapper, Frankie Billings. No idea if she's still in business. Word has it she's out north in Auntie's Choice territory, so watch yourself. Fresh. Any luck with the sprat hunt? I used to source all of... Word has it she's out north.
Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return? Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return to how it was?
I wish. Keep your behavior within acceptable parameters.
Algorithmic dissonance?
How do you... I still don't get it, Peter.
How do you feel, incalculable?
Like a Corvid's
Like
got
the very
its hands
idea is
around my
preposterous.
Some people
Keep
think
squeezing.
doesn't qualify as a new instrument. Those people are incorrect.
Not sure how you can always be so
I won't think
optimistic.
twice about applying the
Lots
precise
folk
amount of
waiting.
force.
They've got priority over us.
Shame what happened there. I seen the whole thing. Watch yourself if you intend to nose around that collapsed ramshackle.
I swear, refugee settlements aren't what they used to be. Oh yeah, Duarte. He's former aunties like me. He was underneath for a few hours. Or, no, that was before. This time it was Rollo Nast? No. Gert Valkenburg. Don't have proper building material or nothing. They just make do. After a while, the stacked up little huts they jury-rigged come tumbling down. Oh, you put that together, did you? Here, I thought I was being subtle. Yeah, people keep at it. What else choice they have? Order won't listen. Maybe if we interspersed our requests with numbers, they'd pay attention. Seems like all they care about sometimes. They're doing something, which is better than nothing.
Leftover sprat wilted lettuce, spoiled mayonnaise. Don't eat yesterday's sandwich. Instead, eat a cultured banquet. The 100% fabricated meal. The consummation of consumption. Order of the second.
The Protectorate have only been told
Where do we go
watered
now?
down revision.
Another refuge.
Oh. Administrant Agrawal. Here to finally hash this out, are you? Thought this day would never come.
Yes, well, our esteemed outsider here has agreed to thoroughly appraise our situation, in the hope that we may finally close the book on the exclusion zone once and for all.
They say you asked around. Listen to folks. That's a good start, at least.
Speaking as a representative of the Order, we will abide by the Mediator's decision if you do the same.
Agreed.
Mediator, I leave the fate of the exclusion zone in your capable hands. Speak on, then.
Did he also happen to mention they were needlessly oblique and vague?
But our predictions are given to inform and protect, not to frighten. Forgive me. I do not mean to disrupt.
You mean that missionary type who's always talking at everybody instead of to them?
Her mission is to uplift and enlighten.
She's indoctrinating, not helping us. Can't you see the difference?
Point taken.
You actually got the Provisioner to give you the time of day. Huh.
Ah, yes. I sometimes forget Provisioner Plotnik is also assigned to minding the displaced's needs. Her role is largely proactive, while mine is reactive.
If the Provisioner's booked up, I say redeploy another egghead at the matter.
It's less of an issue of personnel as it is of safety. Contrary to your assumptions, we do care about your collective and individual well-being.
I'm all ears, Mediator.
The what now?
When grievances between the displaced approach fisticuffs, we hire Sub Rosa hooligans to duke things out for us.
That is unquantifiably absurd, and I don't see how moving into the exclusion zone will help. The fault here is my own. I see now that the displaced require guidance steeped in logic and reason. I understand you were crucial in securing additional medical personnel for Matriarch's Mercy. Thank you.
Yeah, much appreciated. Way to go above and beyond. Anyhow, what was the good doctor's diagnosis? At Auntie's choice, we'd view this from a lens of how sickness undercuts productivity.
That is indeed unfortunate, but the dangers predicted for the exclusion zone may outweigh these concerns. Collapsed, but we built Matriarch's Mercy to optimize comfort and safety.
I'm guessing you're saying this wasn't an official structure, more of a hastily assembled, precariously built shanty. People are struggling to make do with what they have. If we had the exclusion zone, this wouldn't be a problem.
I'm aghast these structures weren't built following established order construction guidelines. By my calculations, you've explored this topic from every conceivable angle. Admirable work, Mediator. I suspect that your sympathies lie with the displaced. Unfortunate if true, but I leave the decision in your capable hands. Well, if this is the fate that was augured, then I will not complain, though it goes against my very nature. Please, be safe. That's all I ask.
Not to worry, Administrant. The exclusion zone is our problem now. Here, you stay out of trouble. We'll try and do the same. Thanks again, stranger.
By calculating the position of every...
What happened to this place?
Oh.
Yes, well...
They say you asked around. Listen to folks. That's a good...
Speaking of...
Agreed.
Mediator, I leave the fate of the exclusion zone in your capable hands. Speak on, then.
Did he also happen to mention they were needlessly oblique and vague?
Quite right. Rollo's co-occupant might have also supported our warnings, had he heeded them.
I don't know. You ask me? When it comes to these order predictions, there's a lot of room between a probable and definite outcome. You mean that missionary type who's always talking at everybody instead of to them?
Her mission is to uplift.
She's indoctrinating.
Point taken.
You actually...
Ah, yes. I sometimes forget Provisioner Plotnik is also assigned to minding the displaced.
I'm appreciative of you all getting us food and medicine, but she needs backup.
I suppose I'll take it under advisement.
I'm all ears, Mediator.
The what now?
When grievances between the
That is unquantifiably absurd. And I don't see how moving into the exclusion zone will help. Our standard response to tomfoolery is to assign the offender to community betterment detail. But I'll take it under advisement. I understand.
Yeah. Anyhow, what was the good doctor's diagnosis?
Do you find this concession acceptable?
I'm not convinced. Resources are one thing. We still need the exclusion zone.
Collapsed.
I'm guessing you're saying this wasn't an official structure. More of a hastily assembled, precariously built shanty. People are struggling to make do with what they have. If we had the exclusion zone...
I'm aghast these structure... By my calculations, you've explored this...
Sounds to me like your sympathies lie with the Order. But I'll let you say so before I go leaping to any conclusions. Shit. Very well, administrant. You win. I'll honor the terms of the mediation. Let's hope your math was right.
Have faith. Or, if not faith, reason. We can still work together to improve conditions around Matriarch's mercy. Your reward, Mediator, with my thanks. I now consider the matter
Where do we go now? Another refugee camp? Another colony?
I predict, with an 8.23 margin of error.
Can't say I'm fond of these lodgings.
Do you believe Arcadia shall ever return to how it was?
Wish. Between the invaders, water defector.
Monastery's most trusted conjecturer, Seer Wiley. To all those tossed hither and thither by war's perilous fluctuations.
I don't see anything else coming. Was it just the one?
Let me know when you need a distraction. You need to worry about.
To the rescue! Sight unseen. Someone call for a medic.
Everyone is on edge since that last attack. Honestly, the quiet has made reading far more enjoyable as it increased the speed of the observatory
Why so simplistic? Well, consider this a basic refresher.
That is what I call a stubborn clog in the old pipes.
I do not believe you have clearance to be here.
Liquidate him!
Got my lamp rolling on straight. Jump soon, but I'm not.
Armed and ready. Back in business. Looking a little woozy there, Commander.
Not getting up without help, Commander!
Crap's raring to go. Little pick-me-up for you. Hope you appreciated how I bit my tongue back there with the abbot.
Didn't want things to come to blows with civilians in the crossfire. Full of excuses for the attack, wasn't he? Could be that he's sincere, or it could be that he has his hands so full with keeping his community from falling apart that he missed a memo or two. Either way, I'm willing to stay my hand until we know the truth. If it were my folk buried under the rubble, if Ortiz was among them, I'd want to know for certain before acting. Besides, ain't nobody around here better suited for investigating than we are. I prefer doing my shooting after asking all the pertinent questions, Commander. While we're at it playing detective, we need to scope out opportunity. If there are any survivors, we ought to help, however we're able. I can only hope they had warning enough to run for cover. If they didn't, well, there's only so much basic training can prepare you for. Thank you, Commander. We should move on, unless you've got something for me? Sounds like your old pal DeVries was in deep with the Order. Now, I don't know a whole lot about them, but I don't reckon fanatical is part of... And as you've seen, that kind of loyalty can pose a real problem to everyone else. But we'll track her down before it comes to a head. Don't you worry.
On your command. Troublemaker approaching.
To the rescue! Sight unseen!
Unknown personnel approaching. They don't appear to be hostile.
Commander, you got a minute to talk? I got some thoughts on this situation with the refugees. The number of folks seeking refuge from the war is, well, it's beyond what I expected. And beyond what the Order is capable of handling, seems like. Andes may not be faring much better here, but we could at least find enough work for these folk to buy some food. I mean, we ain't gonna give up our cots for what could be the enemy. We're doing what we gotta do to keep our heads on our shoulders. It's a tough situation, that's all I'm saying. But if the Order can't even manage tens of folk at their doorstep, they ain't gonna manage much better should they win the war. But nothing's ever really free, is it? I went through this myself when Anti's Choice took over Tau Ceti. It took time to secure the merger, but once they did, we folk got the help we needed real quick. And all they wanted in return was the signing of an employment contract. Now, I ain't seeing any contracts in Matriarch's mercy. So what is the Order actually gaining by doing this? The thought has crossed my mind, though I reckon we might have seen concrete proof of that by now. Anyhow, if the Order is in fact helping these folk with no hidden aims, then, well, I'll be the first to admit that there might just be merit in what they're selling. Appreciate you hearing me out.
On your command. Light flashing before my eyes, Commander. Revive me.
Vitals looking a mite marginal, Commander.
something.
Back in business. Someone call for a medic. Out of sight and on the way. Let's get you healed. Raring to go. Happy to help. Discreetly. Out of sight and on the way.
Audio log of Chief Exploitation Behavioralist DeWitt. This is entry number 8 of my scrapper preventative fieldwork. Unfortunately, it seems my heavy metal detritus drops mixed into the adrenochyme cancels the intoxicating effects that the scrappers crave. Their leader was first to the drops-enhanced injections that I conspicuously left for them. And he ran through all 24 in barely a minute trying to cure the urge. He seized, turning steely gray, and then succumbed to some sort of severe blood poisoning.
Liquidator!
It's completely unrelated to my heavy metal detritus drops. Now the rest are in a frenzy, hunting for...
Commander, you're bleeding!
I didn't reckon you'd find me way up...
You lot couldn't hit the broadside of a freighter!
No, please!
What's that? Throw it out!
Armed and ready.
Got my left on an Troublemaker approaching.
Looks like a fight. Lay low, Commander. Medic. Let's get you healed.
Don't go for a medic.
Not quite charged it.
No troublemaker.
You're looking pretty safe, Commander.
Guns locked and loaded. Let's get the signal.
Prescription. Ready if you need a house call. Happy to help. Discreetly. Let's get you healed. To the rescue.
Sight unseen.
Lay low, Commander. Medic's order.
Practicing some battlefield medicine.
Reloading selected.
Knew you had my...
My aftermarket parts are pro.
Wonder what we'll find in here, apart from focus. Looking low on ammo there, Commander. Could help you whip something up.
When I first joined up with you, and it seems all of us were right. That relay ain't a threat anymore. Uh-huh. I've heard that one before. Ain't had many dealings with the Earth Directorate myself. You're the first agent I ever met, in fact. But you get things done. I trust you. As for the rest of your organization, can't really say. They hate corporations, I've heard that much. But what about you? You buy into their policy too? No, not all. Look, I'm sorry. I ain't intending to get into any grievances here. Let's just say I'm a little dubious about the whole keeping corporations and corrupt governments in check thing. Ain't seen evidence of it yet. But maybe you're liable to prove me wrong. Anyhow, reckon we should keep moving.
No offense to anyway. Need something, Commander? Sure. Oh.
Yeah.
Got my lamps on a hostile.
There best be a stiff bottle waiting for me if I ever... Oh, no, it's... No, 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 no. No, no, really, there was uranium on my hands when I came in here, and now it's... Why didn't I wash them first? Thanks for the preposterously late advice. How about you leave me to endure my pulpy penury in peace? What? No, that's not... Someone help me! got my left on an unfriendly.
Oh, not a hard bargain. I think I prefer my odds with the walking through.
Anyone need some help first? Help me up first! Back in medkit, coming your way! Commander, you're bleeding!
And I'll take care of it, Commander.
I'll spare anyone who frees me. The rest will die horribly.
There are easier ways to get in a quad workout, Commander.
Release me now, you traitors! Hey, you! Let me out of here!
Architect's balls! That was some fine killing! Would have preferred you'd left one or two of those traitorous miscreants for me to sharpen my blade on, but no matter. Serves me right trying to help those sorely lacking in the gray matter. But they rightly paid for their transgression. Betraying someone sent by the exalted leader of the glorious dawn herself warrants a painful death. Name's Azza. You are? We are simply a group of enlightened individuals seeking to spread the truth of the rifts, despite our persecution by those who seek to keep the masses aimless and distraught. The rifts only seem destructive because we are looking at them from the point of view of imperfect, mortal bodies. To be deconstructed by a rift is to be reborn in perfection. None whatsoever. All I know is that they were planning on killing me by filling my room with Zeranium gas. I was here to help them scavenge for old order technology to further investigate the wonder of the rifts. The rifts are a device of the architect to hasten humankind's perfection. They reduce whatever comes into contact with them to mathematically perfect information. We are nothing but that information, but we cannot see that because we exist in a chaotic and disordered reality. The universe is decaying, and our efforts to manage it are futile. The rifts are a perfectly ordered phase of existence. No chaos, no striving, no suffering. Peace and unity with the architect themselves. No, it does not. Perhaps I will tell you what does, should I ever count you among my few compatriots. There is one other thing. I have similar business at the N-Ray range. These fools were only part of the contingent that betrayed me. I aim to see them pay the same price, though maybe with more disemboweling. Your violent tendencies could be of great help to me there, as I'm sure mine could be of service to you. If you deign to take me on, of course. I'm not going to wax poetical with you about my life while there's traitors in serious need of killing. All you need know is that I'm good with a knife. What do you say? Nothing that will live to regret, but it seems like you've already a full contingent with you.
Really, Commander? You're swapping me out for her? All right. When you need someone you can actually trust, you know where to find me.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go kill us some traitors. I can't believe I'm surrounded by idiots. Not you, I mean the other idiots. They betrayed me. They betrayed the Dawn. They need to die. What more is there to know? Who can say what drives those who have clearly lost their minds?
Nope, not touching that bait. I like to keep my insides on my inside. Thank you.
It will be for the swine who betrayed me. Oh, you mean the range itself? It's a site for developing and testing N-ray technology. N-rays can be deadly once processed, and they should be fairly contained, though I wouldn't put it past those fools to have meddled with things beyond their comprehension. I just hope they haven't all gotten themselves killed before I've had a go at them. Such as? We are simply a group of enlightened individuals seeking to spread the truth of the rifts, despite our persecution by those who seek to keep the masses aimless and distraught.
Look sharp. It's a fight.
Troublemaker from...
I see an unfriendly source!
Check for Skulker. Ready to take the heat off, Commander. Just say when.
Eyes open. Look sharp. It's a fight.
Is commendable, passenger. Please continue waiting quietly until the next tram arrives.